Hey, MK Shark, how you doing?
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola. Doing good. How am I? I am doing pretty well. I am doing pretty well. I want to get in a little bit more practice on this boss, see if we can actually take care of it. It was proven to be a little difficult. It would help if I could actually, you know, dodge roll when I say I want to dodge roll, but, you know, okay, game. It's fine. Going in. Nope. Oh. I was animation locked. I couldn't dodge. I need to heal. Hello, Hydra Dragon.
I am Melania.
Right, I have to dodge roll that. Or Interrupter, one of the two. Is this the final boss? This is not the final boss, Brain Boy. How you doing? This is a rather difficult boss, though. Just getting in a little bit of practice time here on it. Oh, I'm too far away. Okay, so I can't. I gotta position myself. If I'm gonna try to interrupt that, I need to be closer. Okay. Nope, nope. Oh, she interrupted me. I was going for it. Again, I wasn't close enough, but I did dodge that attack. Surprisingly.
I am Melania.
The game's just not allowing me to dodge when I'm pushing the button. This game seems way too hard for you. You'll just stick with your Minecraft base. Hey, this game isn't for everybody, that's for sure. These Souls games are very challenging, and that's what I like about them. Okay, I'm going to focus more on trying to actually just dodge the attacks. Less about trying to rush in for my own attack and more just trying to dodge her attack and then like get an attack in when she gives me an opening. Okay, so far not so good. Oh, that was yeah.
Blade of
I forgot that one. She gap closes from all the way across the arena on. I thought she was gonna stop a little bit shorter than that. Hello, 8-bit Victorian, welcome. Cam is muted today? Oh, you can't hear my camera? I'll try turning up the volume. This is the move I thought she was gonna do when she like leapt across the arena. I can't interrupt that. I keep trying, but I can't do it. Let's take a heal. All right, she did the double jump back, which I think means she's unlocked waterfall, but I'm not actually sure if that's what that means. Okay. That attack is pretty long range. It's heal up. Hello, Supplica. How you doing? I really need to get better at recognizing that she's doing the waterfowl and start my running away faster. If I can't do that, then I just got to get better at actually dodging the move. But I was thinking we were going to just be running away there, but apparently I didn't get far enough. Nice. You remember last time you mentioned a second phase? Does it happen after the health bar is empty or halfway? I think we take the health bar all the way down. Oh, I dodged way too soon. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I didn't really play it all yesterday. I played a little bit after the stream on Wednesday, so just trying to remember the fight after like a day and a half or so of like not playing it. Just need to warm up is what I need. Hello, JVDK. How you doing, dude? I'm actually kind of lucky there that she didn't grab me because I was rolling away like prior to her like lunging forward. I guess the talisman that I'm using, the talisman that increases my dodging, saved me there. I'm not entirely sure though. This is not the last boss, Lizard Bell. Oh, you know what? I didn't update my stream title, did I? This still says the same as it did last time. I just remembered. I'll change that after this encounter here. Oh, my monitor turned off. I can't see. Okay, it's back. I hate it when the HDMI signal like reacquires. It completely blacks out for me. It doesn't for you guys because my computer runs through the capture card and the capture card goes to my monitor. It's just my monitor that's turning off, reacquiring the HDMI signal. Oh, I'm very lucky there. She didn't slam me and kill me. Oh, dang. Yeah, I didn't update the title. I just wanted to get going. I didn't really do like a an intro. I just wanted to start playing. You didn't know if I saved her till last? I mean, I can go fight other bosses. I believe there are 2 main bosses left. This isn't technically a main story boss, but it is a main boss. Like, this boss is not required to beat the game. That was foolish to go for that attack. Can I heal, or are you just gonna keep rushing towards me? Okay. Oh, yeah, right. She has a longer reach with that jump slam attack. I felt like I was the same distance, but she still hit me. Hey, Nick. How's it going? It's going pretty good. Did you ever, did you get past this boss? You haven't gotten her to phase 2? Okay, so I don't feel as bad knowing that I haven't either. Thanks for making me feel better about myself. Gonna take a heal. I don't know if she has waterfowl active yet. Do something! Yeah, it's really annoying when I'm running away like that. She does like a lunge forward attack move. I can't like stop running and then roll. I mean, I can, but like I stop and I'll get hit. Like I just have to keep going. She's like being very, very passive right now. I don't like it.
Estelian Mile Injustice sub for 53 months. Some more treats for MZX and Hypno too.
SD, welcome back. Thank you so much. Oh, no. Thank you so much for resubscribing. I'm going to be over here healing. Yeah, SD, thank you so much for the 53 months. That is a long time. Thank you so much. You did get her one hit from phase 2, but then you got greedy and were punished for it. I mean, that definitely sounds like something that I've done at least once. And we're gonna start buffing up so we do more damage. Whoop. Heal. All right. I'm gonna start being a little bit more aggressive instead of just waiting for her to do something. I'm a little bit more warmed up now. Woo! That was a good 3-hit combo. So one of the problems that I'm discovering with this build fighting her is I'm relying on my charge attack for like my big damage. Like that's the bread and butter of my damage is my charge attack. I'm getting about 1300 damage, give or take. I don't remember what the exact number is, but if I don't charge attack, then I do like less than half that damage, and it takes so much longer. 1302. That felt like I hit her twice and I only did 300 damage there. Mm-hmm.
I am Melania, blade of Nicola.
My weapons are short, and I feel like I have to be closer to her than I really want to be. So, like, running away from the waterfowl is going to be something that only happens very rarely. I really need to try and practice actually, like, dodging through it. You dodge away, I dodge away. Yep. Of course I would try and go for my attack when she's like hyper armoring and can't stagger. Oh, come on!
Blade of Nicola.
Not cool, not cool. All right, Melania, Blade of Mikola. I dodged way too early. Dang. I was just trying to get distance, and I was in the middle of my roll when I saw she was gonna do that. Yeah, that's I need to make sure that I am not just rolling. Like if I don't need to. I need to make sure that I'm not, so when I need to, I can. All right. Going for it. Back up, back up. And mm-hmm. I thought I was gonna be able to just keep dodging closer to her. That's another thing that I probably should work on, is actually like trying to stay closer to the boss and try and get in just some R1s or something, or at least non-charge attack L1s. I need to be able to apply more damage to the boss is what I need to do. More consistent damage, not just like bigger numbers when I hit, just more consistent damage. Ooh, I almost died there. Oh, it didn't allow me to do my other jump. Was I out of stamina? Or my other dodge roll, I mean? I feel like I should have rolled. She does very good damage. You are not wrong, uncreative troll. That was a nice juke. I should heal, but I'm just going for it. I'm gonna back off and see if I can get a heal in real quick. Ah, we made it to the third.
Blade of Mikola.
Yeah, I'm almost certain if this boss did not do that waterfowl move that I would have taken it down by now. Hello, Taco Sunday. Oh, okay, I didn't dodge.
Blade of Mikola.
Yeah, I was...
Blade.
My timing was not very good right there, was it? I was not dodging appropriately. Hello, Nemo. How you doing?
Blade of Mikola.
I'm trying to change up my strategy and be closer to her, which is causing a little bit of issue here, but I feel like overall this is going to be the better way to go. If I'm closer to the boss, then I can actually land attacks with my melee weapons as opposed to just staying back and waiting for her to rush towards me and like doing damage every now and then. Just gonna take a little bit of practice. Alright, let's heal.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
Yeah, I just have the face cam off right now. I don't want people to know what I look like. It's scary. Dude, how am I not like dodging these attacks? I don't understand it.
I am Melania, blade of Mikola.
Like, I'm running forward, I see the attack queue up, I press the dodge button, and then she just hits me. Hello, or Fire, you're back. You think I can beat it this time around? I don't know. We still have not seen phase 2, so at this point, I'm gonna say no. But, I will beat it. Okay, so that hits me even from behind. Got it. Okay.
Blade.
Yeah, it's bad hair day. I'm having a bad facial hair day. I just can't do anything with it. My beard is just like so out of control. Let's take a heal. Dude, she is relentless sometimes. Waterfowl me. Right. Did I dodge too soon there? I must have dodged too soon. Funny how walkaways are a thing. A boss was wrecking you last time you played, you quit, came back today, and you killed on the first go. Yeah, I've had that happen before as well on different Souls games. It's like, why didn't I just do that the first time? Alright, we got Waterfowl unlocked now. I'm just gonna full heal in case she does it. She can do it at any time. Okay. We got through the waterfowl. Just gonna top myself up. I wish I could just practice that move and only that move and actually learn it. So it's not just like random chance. OG Bearded Robot says the kiddos say hi also. They enjoy watching with you. Awesome, dude. Well, hello to the kiddos. Okay, let's heal. Good enough. Mm-hmm. I've seen so many streamers during this move just run from it. Like they're close to the boss within melee range and they can just run from it. But it seems like if I'm within melee range, I am unable to run from it no matter what. I don't get it. No school today, so you're having a craft day with Twitch as your background noise. Oh, nice. Hello, deorganized. Whoop. Is there any way to negate some of that damage? Yeah, changing my build. I could use the Wondrous Physic that gives you a bubble that allows essentially one free hit. Putting on like heavier armor. Actually, quite lucky she didn't grab me there. I don't know if maybe the problem is that I have it locked onto her and I'm trying to run backwards, which like you back away, and then it decides to run. There's like a delay when you're walking. And then you press the run button, there's like, I don't know if it's a full second or half a second, but there is definitely a delay. And I don't know if that delay is the same when you have target locked on or not. No, no, no. I don't think you were a troll. Or I don't think your question was trolly. If you don't know, you don't know.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
Well, see, Aura of Fire, the deal is, I'm trying to run as much distance away as possible, be as far away. So if I'm already a certain distance away from her, and then I try running towards her, I'm gonna have to, like, close the gap between where I am and where she is, and then, like, continue to try and, like, get far enough away. So it's like a longer journey. I'm sure that makes sense. She did that double jump away like really early. No way waterfowl's unlocked at this point. So I think that double jump away has nothing to do with her having waterfowl unlocked. I just always thought it did because it seemed like she'd always do it around the time where it was unlocked. Nice hit. Going in. Have you tried any effects on weapons, bleed, frostbite, etc.? Since I use two-hand weapons, or I'm sorry, I use two single-hand weapons, I'm dual wielding. Any effect that I use like that will only apply to one weapon, like if I use a weapon grease. I have not tried like lowering the damage on my weapons to make them like frostbite. If I was using like a single wield weapon, like a two-hand weapon, I'd probably use weapon grease more often. I'm dead.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
As soon as I take that drink, as soon as I press that button, she did the lunge animation. There's nothing I can do. Only way to avoid that, be further away, or wait until she already does a move before I healed. I healed at the way wrong time there. I thought I was safe though. Wow, she just like completely stun locked me. I wasn't able to roll at all. So because the dual wielding, the stacking will take longer to build up, you're thinking? So if you're using a two-hand weapon, if you apply a weapon grease, I believe the grease scales with the damage of the weapon. So like two-handed weapons are stronger. And since I'm using a single, it would only be applying to like a single weapon, which is weaker than a two-handed weapon, it'd be doing that much less. And like if it was applied to both my weapons, I think it'd be about equal, if not slightly less than like a two-handed, I think. I haven't like ran the numbers or anything like that, but I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Okay, so let's do this. What is this? Royal Knight's Resolve? That's what we want. Let's try. We can try putting cold on there. It's gonna lower the damage of the weapon, but I can apply it to both. They're just always gonna apply cold. And cold proc, when that procs, does like a damage down to the boss. Oh, I'm sorry, not damage down. It makes it so their defense is down. We can try that, see if that does much better. But it's gonna make my overall damage less per hit. So I only did 800 damage for my... But we got like a 2,000 damage there. And now I should do more if I land all my hits, I guess. No, that's less damage because I was doing 1,300 before. Can I do bleed? Is bleed an option that I can put on these weapons? If so, we could try that. I think I'd rather do bleed than frost, but I don't know if I can put that on these. I didn't even look. You can put blood. Let's try bleed. I think I'd rather do that. The thing is with frost, when you apply it, you can't keep like refrosting until it wears off unless you use some kind of like fire attack to reset the frostbite effect. Whereas bleed damage just stacks and just keeps doing damage as long as you're getting hits in there. I don't know how much the bleed proc is going to do. There it is. That's actually not bad. Woo! Okay. I'll be over here healing. Stay back. Freeze does like, it does a big burst damage when it procs, but only when it procs. And then while the effect of frost is on the enemy, you can't reapply frost. But while frost is active on the boss, it has like an armor down, so like the boss will take more damage, I think is how that works. Whereas bleed, just like after so much bleed buildup, it'll just do burst damage, and you can just keep doing that over and over again. Bleed is really good for fast attack weapons. Like if you're using a dagger or something like that, you can just like poke, 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 poke. And it might actually be pretty good for my dual wield weapons here, since we are doing combos where we're hitting multiple times. So like 2 hits 2 of those combos procced it. Yeah, that bleed damage.
Just just resubbed for 53 months. Just a quick stop to say hello, hip way.
Hello. No, 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 no. Just play it. Thank you so much for the 53-month resub, dude. The more arcane you, the more arcane you have, the higher. Oops, that's the wrong flask. The more arcane you have, the more the bleed buildup does. We haven't put a single point into arcane, so it's not going to be massive. But I'm feeling. Bleed also seems to stun. I'm feeling like if we can keep getting bleed procs, maybe we can stun her out of things. How was I not far enough away? Like, I was so far. I just don't get it. Guys, I don't get it. So I'm gonna try some other things here. Instead of just like running far away, I'm gonna actually just try and dodging it. I'm just gonna take it like a man and like stick my chest out and just try and absorb it by dodge rolling. And get bled. Ah, GG Melania, GG. Whoop, I just smacked the mic. Bad mic. Yeah, Taco Sunday, I apparently can't. I've seen it done, I can't do it. Oh, I'm dead.
I am Melania, blade of Mikola.
It's a brutal finishing move. I mean, if you have to go out, that's a pretty cool way to go out. Let's be honest about it. Think of all the possible ways to go out. That's a pretty cool one. She keeps clipping me with that last hit. We'll heal. I definitely tried dodge rolling way too soon. I was thinking that what was going to happen is bleed would proc on her while she was jumped up in the air. At least that's why I went for that attack. I was hoping bleed would proc and like knock her back and knock her out of that move. That's not what happened. But that's what I was hoping for. Get bled. Oh, she keeps dodging my hits. She's gotta be close to bleed proc. Just going for it. There it is. Take a heal. She can waterfowl at any moment now. And there it is. Okay. I need to focus on that move. I'm just trying to run away and keep dodge rolling the same way. And that's not how you do it. That's not how you do it. You don't think the bleed stagger works if they have hyper armor? You might be right. Yeah, it didn't like stop her from that move there, but she did bleed. She kind of staggered, but didn't like knock her out of the move. Bleed. So I tried backing up, get some distance, and then like dodging forward. Maybe I just dodged forward too early. No, there's way more reliable ways to dodge the attack than just using a shield. All right. I'm trying to brute force her down, which is probably not the smartest way. But the more I fight her, the better I'm gonna be at like timing my dodging. And maybe overall that will be the smartest play. What's the furthest I've gone in this encounter? I got her name. I've had her health bar down into her name area. Maybe the M of Mikola. Mikola. Bleed. I think I turned around there. Like I was running backwards and then I stopped to try and dodge forward, and that has the turnaround animation. Maybe Maybe that's what I've been missing the whole time. That's what's causing the issue when I try and jump towards her. You glad someone else thinks of the Ricola thing with Mikola's name? Mikola.
I am Melania, blade of Mikola.
Yeah, Taco Sunday, I'm aware of Bloodhound Step. If that's what you're talking about. That might be something we end up doing. How was I not far enough away? Oh, come on. We got to the third part of it.
Of Mikola.
Hello, game guru. Are you really a game guru? Which games do you consider yourself a guru of? Man, I'm not doing a smart move there. I'm trying to just get that bleed proc in, like without regard, with giving her zero respect. That's not the way to do it, by the way, in case you're wondering. You don't do it. You just don't do it that way. And that's what I was doing. Minecraft and PUBG, there may be more? Ah, a man of culture. I just assumed your gender in 2022.
I am Melania, blade of Mikola.
A person of culture. I played my fair share of PUBG back in the day. It's been a long time though. Going for it again. A whiff and a partial hit. Not real great on my self-esteem here. Oh, I still didn't get a bleed proc off. Are you kidding? Get blood. There it is. Going for it. That should heal. Just gonna back off and heal. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna back off and die real quick.
Blade of Mikola.
How long have you been trying Melania? Today? About an hour. Yeah, about an hour. Last live stream, about 5 hours. And the stream before that, maybe 30 minutes? I don't remember how long. I dodged way too early. Crap.
Blade of Mikola.
Kudos to my perseverance. Thanks. This is definitely a tough boss. This is probably a boss that I should just practice offline. How dare you block my attack? Have I played Fallout by Bethesda? It's your absolute favorite series. We played Fallout 4 on stream. I did a Fallout 4 series on YouTube when the game first came out. And then we did it on stream after Far Harbor and Nuka-Cola expansion, whatever that one was called. I can't remember. Nuka-Cola World or something? I really can't remember the name of it. But I've never played any of the other Fallout games. I was half expecting her to waterfowl right there. Okay. I tried like running towards her and dodge rolling into that. That doesn't seem to work. I think maybe I'm just dodge rolling too early. I'm not sure what it is. At least the thing is, with this bleed proc, we can get her into the waterfowl mode more consistently, so I get more practice at it. And that's the important thing, since that's like been the sticking point of this entire experience with this boss. We just recently switched our weapons over to be bleed weapons. They've been like that for maybe 20 minutes or something. Kind of like getting a feel for it. It seems like 2 charge attacks I can get a bleed proc. Sometimes 3 charge attacks, but it seems like this is the way with our current weapon loadout. I don't think so. Homie, don't play that. Whoa, whoa. Getting a little greedy there. Back off and heal. Well, I mean, I felt like I was feeling the groove a little bit more right then, but obviously I was taking hits on the first two parts and then the third part finished me off. So I need to like jump out of it and not get hit by at least one of those sections. Otherwise, we're not going to make it. Hello, Mr. Chido. I got stuck on her. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be the key to this fight, though, is getting her health down so we can practice the waterfowl move more frequently. And once I get that down, then we can actually make some real progress here. Being stuck on that random move is, like, super frustrating. Bleed! Thank you. This should make her bleed here. Oh, she like partially blocked my attack. Okay. My health wasn't full, but I guess that doesn't really matter. I think I have to wait for her to like fly down to me before I do my roll. And I'm like trying to preemptively dodge roll before I see her even moving out of instinct. But I think I need to wait until like she's actually moving towards me before I roll. I think. Get bled. And another bleed? No. This one though. No, she got me before I got her. Okay. Fair. Fair. Yeah, we took our weapons from Keen, so they do less damage from dex scaling to bleed. We tried Frost, and Frost was okay, but like it only procs the one time, and unless you have some way to reset it, it just is not really that great. Bleed just makes more sense since we have fast attack weapons and we do multi-hits. 2 charge attacks. Oh, yeah, okay. 2 charge attacks will always inflict bleed, and if it's like partially blocked or whatever, then I have to do a third one, but it just seems like the overall damage is just significantly better this way for this particular boss. Anyway, maybe it would have been better for all the bosses, I don't know. Things that you have to fight that are super tanky, I think it's probably the best for him. Instead of just going for raw damage. Oh, come on. There we go. Should be able to get a full one here. One more will bleed her again. Oh, it didn't bleed her. Oh, GG.
Blade of Mikola.
Apparently, Millennia used Scarlet Rot in the battle against Radon, and this was what made Caelid full of Scarlet Rot. Yes. That's the lore of the game. I do believe you are correct. Oh, I
am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
I have this problem with the controls of this game where the sprint button is the same as your dodge roll button. So like if you tap the button, you roll. If you hold it down, you sprint. I have this problem that where if I'm holding down the sprint button and then I see that I need to dodge, I just let go of the sprint button. I don't like tap it again. I don't let go and then tap it. I need to stop doing that. But that's what's going on there. My brain just like let go of the buttons already pressed down, but I need to actually like let go and then tap it. Just going in for the bleed proc. Well, that was just rude. Yeah, she is very rude. And the fact that she thinks that we can't remember her name. Does the game remember buttons? There is something where like it'll like cue button presses. So like if you're spam rolling, you get knocked down. No, remember like you were spam rolling and then like you'll roll as soon as you stand back up or something like that. Maybe not get knocked down, but get staggered. She's being like super aggressive right now. Yeah, button queuing. That's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely got to be careful about mashing buttons in this game like that. Woo, look at me. I did it. It wasn't perfect, but I did it. Let's be honest, it's impossible to forget her name. By the way, what's her name again? I think it might be Julie or something. But that's what I need there is like just more practice at that stupid waterfowl move. Get bled. Actually, kind of lucky the bleed proc right there. Woo! Okay, do it. No, don't crouch! Oh, God. Why?
Blade of Mikola.
Yeah, that's what I wanted you to do, was crouch. I definitely didn't want you to run. I'm dead. I think it might be Julie. Going in. I wish you'd stop partially blocking my attacks. It's just rude. Oh, okay.
Blade of Mikola.
That's fine. This boss was a pain in your rear? Yeah. This boss is not easy. The toughest part about this boss is waterfowl will kill me every single time. 100% of the time. Oops. I'm talking, not buffing. It'll kill me if I get hit by it 100% of the time. And she only does it after like 25% of her health has been reduced. And she only does it randomly. So it's like almost impossible to just practice that. Hello, Pexon. Hello, Mr. Crimson King. You got her last night. Congratulations, dude. How far in the game am I? I don't know, like, since it's open world, it's really hard to tell. We've gotten past Farah Missoula. I believe... Oh, whoops, what am I doing? Here, just kill me, I'm not even paying attention. I believe if I go back to the capital, I could kill the boss in the main arena there. And then I think that final boss is behind the door. I think there's only 2 bosses left for me to, like, just beat the game. I hate her partially blocking my attack combo. She should bleed here, though. No bleed. I'm going in for it. There's the bleed. Okay, she should waterfowl any moment now. I'm just gonna full heal. Maybe get another bleed proc. Oh my goodness, she's gonna wreck me. I gotta heal. Okay, bleed proc. No! Woo! I didn't think I was gonna be able to dodge away from that. This heal. Okay, I'm gonna run in. She's gonna waterfowl right now. Oh, she's just gonna be super nice and not actually do the move? I don't know how that didn't bleed her, though. I'm just being greedy right now. I shouldn't, but I know her bleed proc is about to go off. Phase 2, first time. Okay, let's go. We didn't get waterfouled. I'm probably gonna die to like some brand new move she's gonna whip out. Yeah, first time to phase 2. Yep.
Wait.
It's a pretty flower. Butterflies. This is gonna be a happy time, guys.
Scarlet bloom flowers once more.
Flowers and butterflies. It'll be fun.
You will witness true horror. Now, rot.
I need to heal. She's not gonna let me heal. Okay, that's a pretty delayed move there.
By the scarlet rot.
That's a pretty delayed move there. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, changing our weapons over to bleed has allowed us to see phase 2 for the first time, so I definitely think that was the way to go. I mean, we also did get good RNG that she didn't waterfoul us. Just going for it. Okay. So I waited for her to start coming down towards me, and then I pressed my roll button, and it didn't do anything. Like, I was already stun locked, I felt like. I have to, like, preemptively press the button, I guess? I'm not sure why. Yeah, please don't talk about the moves of phase 2 since we have not seen much of it.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
Scarlet Rot, flowers and butterflies, so much fun. Oh, she didn't bleed. I thought she was just gonna get knocked out of that move. Nice dodge. Can I bleed you now? Thank you. Nice. So I can bleed her out of that, like, roundhouse move. That's good. I don't know what I was doing right there, but that's not how you play this. I need to take a heal. I can't get touched at all or I'm dead. No! Oh! Darn! Yeah, let's go through Waterfowl and I have like 3 HP. Oh, feels bad. It's that final like little swirl at the end that got me. No Miss Grabby Hands for you. Bleed. I'm dead. Yep.
Blade of Nicola.
So I really wish that I could practice like being close range dodging the waterfowl. Like I wish I could just practice that over and over and over again. That feels pretty good. Oh, I'm dead. Yep. So I don't even mind like when I first enter the arena and like trade damage with her. If she does like that roundhouse or whatever move, that doesn't matter because like the next hit, my next attack will blood loss her and knock her out of any other move that she's doing, provided that I get my hits off before she gets hers off. So that feels like a good opening. Even though I'm taking some damage, I'm fine with that. She doesn't necessarily always like start with that roundhouse move though. But when she does and I take damage, I'm perfectly fine with it. Whoop, don't crouch. This is also a really good opener because now it's just free to bleed her. It's going in. And yeah, I wasn't sure if I was gonna be able to do anything there. Let's double heal. Okay, she should bleed. Oh, she's waterfowling. Oh, I felt like I was just stun locked the entire time. I'm not sure what happened. It just happened so fast. I need to stop panicking when that happens and just like stand still and just get ready to start moving, or at least start moving in the direction that I want to be moving in when she like executes the first round of that waterfowl. Bleed. Oh, I was like one hit away. Wow, nice. Okay, not even mad.
Blade of Nicola.
She outplayed me. Oh. I thought I was just gonna go in there and like bleed proc her, but no, that wasn't the smartest way. Yeah, we go again. Okay. Just whiffing my attack's not good. Not a good way to start the fight. Good, get that bleed off. Let's take our heals. The important thing is we get to waterfowl. Oh, that didn't bleed her. All right, this next one will bleed her. Just go for it. I couldn't roll again because of that second back roll. Doing it to myself. Does anybody remember what the name of this boss is? I like how she was delayed on that roundhouse kick. Allowed me to dodge roll away. Bleed! I should heal here. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah. You think her name is Melina, giver of Torrent? Oh. Think the boss's name is Hypnotize? I don't know about that. I think Melina would say differently. Melania, I've come to bargain. I think her name is Meg Griffin. If she loses to you once, her game is over, so I'm her biggest threat. Fair. You know, I've never thought about it like that. These bosses have been sitting in their chamber all this time until I came along and was like, your life ends now. If you just think about it from their point of view, it's kind of messed up, actually. Going in, boys. I whiffed. Okay, let's take a double heal. She'll think about that. And bleed. Oh, she moved. Going in. She should bleed right here. There it is. Let's back up and take a heal. Do not hesitate. Show no mercy. I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead. That's right. We have more HP. They used to kill me if I let that hit me, like at full HP. I don't know if there is some delay from what the console is showing me because it's going through my capture card and then to my monitor. I know it should be like no delay at all, but it feels like I should be able to dodge roll as soon as I see her moving. I don't know if my button presses are just that slow, but it feels like as soon as she starts moving, like I'm just stun locked and I can't do anything. Bleed. Yeah, that's fine. They were chilling, doing their stuff, and you appear to murder them. You are the evil guy here. I know, right? It's kind of like we're also a big giant thief in the game. All of these years, the chests in these dungeons had like some valuable treasure in it until we came along, and now all the treasures are gone. Like, we're the biggest thief in the game. Ooh, shiny thing. That must mean it's mine. Bleed. Oh, a move we haven't seen too often. And bleed. Alright, I'm expecting waterfowl any moment now, so let's top up. Bleed. Not today, sweet cheeks. All right. Whoop. And bleed? That didn't make her bleed. She'll bleed this time, though. That didn't make her bleed either! This one will. Oh, she bled real good there. Is there any particular reason for that armor set? So we are playing warrior with a light load. Dual wield curved swords, light load, dexterity build. All about the dodge roll, that's right. We're even using a talisman that gives us higher dodge roll. What is it called? Improves dodge rolling but increases damage taken. The Crucible Feather Talisman. It gives us a few extra iframes, I believe. Bleed. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Blade of Mikola.
Each time you proc bleed, her resistance to it goes up, so by the time she gets down that low, she will probably take 4 running hits. It also depends if she is partially blocking my attacks too. Like, all of my hits have to land for me to get 2 charge attack before a bleed proc. If she partially blocks one of my attacks, it doesn't go off and I have to do a 3rd one. Or if I just, like, attack too early like that, I only got 2 hits off instead of the 3 or 4. Haha! Oh, I thought we were gonna do this flawless.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
It seemed like I knew I was doing there for a little bit, didn't I? Almost like I was a real gamer or something. And then I got hit and then it all went downhill. Womp womp. So that's what it is about, though, is just that practice, getting more familiar with her moves. When to attack, when not to attack, when you know you can stun her, or when you think you should be able to stun her. And bleed proc. Take a heal. Next attack round should bleed procer if I survive.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
So I felt like I dodged at the right time. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. I'm obviously doing something wrong. I'm not sure what it is, though. But it felt good to me, but it obviously wasn't good. And then other times where I'm just sitting there like randomly dodge rolling through it and I survive, it's like, how did I do that? Get in there. Bleed proc? Oh, she partially blocked. Bleed proc. Ah, she dodged. There it is. I think I see what I'm doing wrong there. I think after the first roll, I need to wait just a little bit and then roll again. Not just mash the dodge roll button, but literally wait a little bit. Bleed proc. Didn't even get a chance. Didn't even really get a chance. She was up against the wall too. That was like a bad spot for her to do that move. I wonder maybe if I should dodge instead of like towards her. Like, obviously dodging away is wrong, but I wonder if like diagonally would be better. So like I have a chance of like getting outside of this circle. I'm not sure. Bleed. That's the case where I was holding down the run button and then I just let go of it to like dodge roll instead of like letting go and then tapping it. That happens to me so often. It's like super frustrating when I do that. My brain is just like, let go of the button, you're good. And that's not how it works. Did I ever get the giant seal to boost my flame incantations? I don't know. Haven't really been worrying too much about flame incantations. Oh, you're talking about like flame grant me strength? Like, as in that flame incantation? Bleed. Bleed. You think it only boosts its duration? Oh, like if I could make it last longer, that would be nice. If it's too much more weight though, I'm gonna have to get another level. Otherwise, that's gonna put me into medium load. Giant seal. Oh no, I can use that. Boost Giant's Flame incantations. Okay, we can try that. Bleed. Let's take a heal. I was getting a little greedy there, but it's the start of the fight, so it didn't really matter. She's gonna bleed on this next hit. Man, look at me being like all sorts of greedy here. Just gonna heal. Really unfortunate. Hello, Rex. How's it looking? Evading waterfowl dance perfectly yet? I mean, we're getting better, I would say, but we are not perfect. Am I gonna come back to mod packs at some point like old times? I don't know. Maybe. Anything's possible. Oop, I might die here. Bleed. Oh, I did not bleed. She'll bleed this time, though. Just heal. Going in for a charge. This next one will bleed. Oh, she evaded it, though. There it is. Let's take a heal. She can waterfowl any moment. Bleed. Okay. Oh, I can retrieve my lost runes. Thank goodness. Need HP for the waterfall if we're gonna have any hope for surviving it. Bleed. Oh, I think I was out of... No, I had stamina. My dodge roll just didn't go off. Dang. What's this one? Woo, look at me. I did it. It wasn't perfect, but I did it. Woo, look at me. I did it. It wasn't perfect, but I did it. Woo, look at me. I did it. It wasn't perfect, but... Giant Seal doesn't affect flame, grant me strength. Well, it does. Okay, if it doesn't affect it, that's fine. It's not really like I was expecting it to do much other than just increase the duration. But it has no effect on my build at all, so it doesn't matter regardless. You can't find anything on the Giant's Seal, but the Old Lord's talisman extends the duration by 9 seconds. Yeah, I'm not switching up my talismans. Malamute says progress is good. Well, thanks, dude. I kind of got a headache right now for some reason. I don't know why. I'm not gonna let that stop me, though. Nope, that's not the way. It feels like the area of the arena where I first enter, where I was just fighting her, it feels really dark. I don't know if it's just my monitor or whatever, but like, I don't like fighting over there. It just feels like the arena is too dark. I'd rather fight over here in the center where there's light. Come towards the light, Carol Ann. You start at a new strength, faith build, no summons or farming. Definitely different than your mage build. Yeah, I tried a couple of different starters. And doing like a, was it like a paladin? A sword and shield, faith, strength. Is it strength? Or is it dex? I can't remember. But I was going for something like that. It's alright. Not quite as fun, I didn't think. But I didn't have like a new game plus file with like all the cool weapons or whatever, so I guess it depends on what you're running. Should bleed here. Of course she's gonna waterfowl when I'm trying to like get the last part of my bleed proc off. But yeah, I think everybody should really experience this game without summons. I think the Mimic is just absolutely ridiculous that that's even a thing. You do you, you like your summons? I mean, if you're not good enough to play the game without the summons, that's fine. But some of them are like stupidly overpowered. Golden Halberd, 2-finger seal, buckler, the parry saves. Yeah, parry is another build that I would like to try at some point. Like, I started another save file where I was doing parrying, and the first boss of the game that I did was is it the Bloodhound that drops the big bleed greatsword? That boss, that's a lot of fun to parry. Oh,
Blade of Mikola.
it can make things feel pretty easy sometimes, but gratifying when you land it. I don't know if it makes things easy. Like, parrying isn't super easy to do. It definitely has skill involved. Getting the parrying timings down. If you don't get it, then like you can sometimes get one shot by the bosses depending on your level and what boss you're fighting and whatever. Like, it definitely makes the bosses seem easy, but like parrying isn't easy. They nerf Mimic. It's not quite as ridiculous anymore. It's still very powerful though. Oh, you're using the Bloodhound Greatsword, Nick? Yeah, that was one I was considering using. It just feels so slow on the attacks. And it's probably that I'm just not used to using a two-handed weapon. But it just felt really slow. Oh. For some reason, I thought she was doing like the ground slam move, not the charge across the arena. They made it so if you keep holding block and miss the parry, you still block. Use Bloodhound for most of your playthrough, slow but powerful. Okay, let's try and get to Waterfowl again. That's our goal here, not to just keep fighting her over and over and dying. We want to see Waterfowl. I want to get some practice in. Bleed. How was I not far enough away? What the heck? Oh, I'm dead. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right. We're gonna try something here. Who do I go to? You?
Take a look around. Don't worry, I'll continue. Which is why I need his roots, as he won't like his shackle, his hide.
She talks a lot. Um. 2,000, huh?
I see.
Man, that's expensive.
I see.
Oh, now I'm left with 44K.
So it wasn't just me this happened to. To think he'd forget who you were, as I knew he'd burn him. I think we could talk him into leave, but maybe it's only proper. I'll remain. He may. I'd like to return the.
This is just for fun. We're not gonna do this permanently. But since I have these extra souls, I want to spend them.
Now.
Oh, you can... What does this do? Incant scaling. Huh. Which one is it? It's gotta be this one, yeah? Or is it this one? It's gotta be this one. We're gonna try a couple different things here. I just want to see this weapon. And then I want to see my dual wield with the Mimic. We're just going to try a couple things here. I'm like so bad with this weapon. I don't know, like I don't know when to do my attacks. I obviously wasn't doing the jump R2s properly there. It's because I haven't been using these weapons, but I'm just curious to see like what difference this will make. I was trying to do a charge R2 there. I guess I couldn't because I got tagged. But just curious. I don't think we have the remembrance. I used pretty much all the remembrances just for souls previously. I looked at the weapons and I wasn't really interested in any of them. Being able to stun her like that's nice. But I'm not really doing overall better damage. Like, I just don't know how to use this weapon. The main reason to use that weapon is spam the weapon art. Oh, you know what? That's true. That's true. I have not been using the weapon art. I don't know how to use this weapon art. I thought there was a way like you could use it which makes you jump back and then you jump forward again. Maybe I'm using it wrong. I don't know. Hit R2 after L2. Oh. Got it. Okay. Okay. That I don't think I would have figured out. Alright, I don't think this is gonna work. I could probably get used to the weapon, but I feel like I'm just way more comfortable or my dual weapons are just way more powerful. One of the two. Let's go back to that and we'll use the mimic just for the lulz. Just to see. That's my offhand one. What's my main hand one? Was it this one? This one. Oh, whoops. Then I want my incantation thingy. So this has an incant scaling of 113 and this one is 112. I feel like this one's better, but it doesn't really matter. If it's not extending the duration, it doesn't matter. Oh, that's right. Summoning takes away health. I didn't remember that. She wasn't even aiming at me. That's like a pretty wide line AoE there. Okay, order of operations. Physic. Seal. Swap back my weapon. This button. Heal. Going in. Still get hit by it. See, this just makes it not fair. The Mimic is the only summon that costs health. In this fight, if you give your Mimic a non-bleed weapon, it's just a blood bank. I love how my Mimic tanked Waterfowl, I think the last time, but I can't tank it. My Mimic has more defense or HP than I do. I'm not sure what. Wow. Get her, Mimic. Show her who's boss. The Mimic is way tankier? Yeah. I'm kind of hoping we can brute force to phase 2 so I can see some more of that. She just doesn't know what to do. She's gonna kill me is what she's doing. Oh, yeah. I should have healed.
Blade of Nicola.
Which is weird since it's supposed to be a copy. Why would the copy have higher stats than the original? Maybe it has to do with the fact that when you summon it, you have to take a heal. So maybe it has like that much more HP. I don't know. Yeah, the Mimic took like next to no damage with that grab move, and that's like a guaranteed kill on me if I get hit by that. Whoop. It looked like the Mimic just got it out of waterfowl. Yeah, I don't know if the Mimic is actually worth using on this particular fight, because after all the damage we've done, Malenia's HP is still pretty high because of all of the HP regen. Also, the Mimic can't heal anymore, and if it can, it almost never does. You feel like the hardest part of this fight is that she heals on every hit, even on the summon? Yeah. We're gonna get rid of that. I was just testing that. I did not want to actually defeat the boss this way. I just wanted to see. Since I haven't really used the Mimic, I've just seen it used before. Just kind of looking. But it definitely feels harder to like get her HP down. I like how she gets distracted, but with the HP regeneration she has, it just doesn't seem like a viable strat. The Black Dagger summon is really funny with this one. He dodges everything. Oh, really? Is that like the ultimate summon to use on this boss? Oh, I messed out on my bleed proc right there. Going in. Bleed proc. There it is. You've seen a few videos of him soloing the boss, the summon? Wow. That's pretty impressive that the summon can just sit there and just dodge everything. Yeah, I know I've heard of people doing like a summon only run, so I guess, well, I don't know if a summon only run is like including this boss or not, but I've heard of people doing that. Bleed. Going in for my charge. Back up. One more charge attack. Bleed. Oh, I dodged too early. Lobos is doing it. It does. Yeah. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. Fire Giant was a 50-minute fight using that same summon? That seems pretty awful, especially since Fire Giant rolls around a whole bunch. But if that summon can just like keep dodging everything, has unlimited FP, like seems like the way to go. But yeah, pretty boring though. I got stun locked. I could not do anything. Fire Giant took you 7 hours, worst time of your life? Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't think we spent that long on it. We did spend, I would say, probably 2 hours at the outside on that boss. Somewhere around the 2-hour mark, I would say. This boss has been the one we spent the longest on, I think. I don't know, Death Viper. I'm not planning on changing my talismans, though. And going in for the bleed proc. Oh, it didn't. She dodged again. There it is. I hate it when my charge doesn't start and I just do a double swing like that. I think I have 40 vigor, Taco. But you're probably not running the same build as me. Like, you probably are wearing medium armor, like more defense, etc., etc. A lot of factors. Okay. All right. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Dodge and bleed proc. Oh, she dodged one of the hits, so no bleed proc. There it is. It's unfortunate when I just whiff like that. One more attack should... Oh, man. Okay, well, let's just say one more attack should proc her one more time. I know it is Death Viper. Like, you've told me about 10 times during this playthrough to take it off. I'm acutely aware that it bugged you. My whole thing is, though, if I don't get hit, the 30% damage don't matter, right? Malamute, the problem is, if I am close enough to be within the ball, I can't just not dodge until the last 2 volleys of it, because it'll stun lock me. If any part of that touches me, I get stun locked, and I eat the whole thing. And if I eat the whole thing, I die. I get a stomach ache and I die. I either have to be perfect on my dodging, or I have to just be far enough away where it just doesn't hit me. I know it's a just don't get hit 5-head situation, but it's a lot easier than what it is. It looks easier than what it is. Guys, I'm not taking off the talisman. But are you taking off your worthless ambitions?
Put these foolish ambitions to rest.
I am now. There to rest. Ooh. I really should heal, but since we're so early into the fight, I want to proc the bleed before I heal. Going in. And bleed proc? Oh, I'm dead. I hate that. I hate knowing that when I press that roll button and then I see the animation, it's just like there's nothing I can do, and then I'm dead. She just roll catches you. If you roll and then she does that move, you're dead. And that's a problem that I have, is I tend to dodge roll a lot to like get distance, and I should not do that. The statue of the boss is super cool. Have you seen it? It's in this area behind me, I think, from the bonfire. I know there's that, the rot rose behind me somewhere. We saw that when we were exploring this before we came to the boss. Oh, you're talking about the stat, like a IRL statue? I see. Was that like part of the collector's edition or something? Is the statue of her first or second phase? I don't think I have the miracle of golden vow. Oh, this is what I'm talking about right here. I've seen this. That dodge felt like it should have worked. I mean, I feel like that on a lot of these dodges, but there's something else. That's good. I like that. Oh, am I gonna get 2 bleed procs on her? Suck it! Oh, you can knock her out of the waterfowl. Did you guys see that? Ah! I mean, obviously that's not the ideal way to do it, but I've been wanting to know if it was possible. So I guess if I know I'm close to proccing bleed on her, I'll just do that. That won't work like for every situation, but like if I know like one more hit will do it, then that's what we're doing. Oh, I'm just running in like not paying attention. I'm just gonna let her kill me.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
How long have I been at this boss? Well, we had a stream on Wednesday where we fought this thing for about 5.5 hours or 6 hours. I don't remember what it was. Who is she? I forgot her name. It's on the tip of my tongue. I can't remember it though. Oh, it didn't work that time.
Blade of Nicola.
I thought she was close enough, but apparently I was incorrect. But yeah, if we can just knock her out of the waterfowl like that, that seems like... It seems like the ideal situation, but it's not a consistent way to do it. Dude, she's just like wrecked me right there.
Blade of Nicola.
No, it does need to be a bleed proc, absolutely. It has to be a bleed proc, or like if you do enough poise damage, I would imagine. Oh, you know what? I wonder if finger flick would work. Because that like knocks her on her back, right? Or knocks her over? I'm not gonna change up my weapon for that particular move, but... Oh, dang, come on.
Blade of Nicola.
She might jump over the flick or cancel it. I don't know. Like, I'm not going to try it, but... I know the finger flick takes a moment to charge up. You might not even be able... It might not be possible for that to ever go off. Really?
Blade of Nicola.
I really did not think that she was going to be close. That jump attack, like, her reach extends out like 50% longer than normal, I feel like. Just bleed. Is there a physic that enhances bleed damage? I wonder if I should change up my physics since we're not doing like straight damage only. We're just gonna get her to phase 2 without waterfowl this time? I should stop trying that.
Blade of Nicola.
Just The fact that I know about it now is gonna get me every time. I'm just gonna try and like proc bleed on her and not actually dodge it. Let's take a look at our physic real quick. See if there's something that we have here. Wondrous physic. So I want the HP over time. Charge attack. Let's see. Stamina. Boost resistance and heal status. I don't know if that's something we want. Poise. Magic attacks. Holy attacks. Negates damage. Yeah, that's the bubble. Eliminates all FP consumption. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think we have anything in here that I need to change, unfortunately. Yo, she just like wrecked me. I just could not get my dodge timing right there. There's a physic that increases poise damage. Maybe that would help for the waterfowl, but is that going to work for the entire fight? We're gonna try it. And what's the spell? It's like golden seal or something. I guess we can look. I don't know if I have it. And even if we have it, I don't know if I can use it. Golden vow. I cannot use it. I need 25 faith. That's increase attack and defense. I have... how much faith? 15. I need 10 more faith. I'm dead. Not dead. But I definitely was dumb to heal right like that. Let's take another heal. She's gonna bleed. No. Oh, come on. Get me out of there. Not like this. Now she's gonna bleed. Going in. Still didn't bleed. I felt like that should have bleed procced. We're just not bleed procking today? Okay. If this one doesn't, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so the whole reason that I switched over to that poise was so like when she did the waterfowl, I was thinking that maybe it would allow me to take some hits and I could still do something, but that still stun locks me. So because that still stun locks me, I think we're just gonna go back to our charge attack.
Brassy Cassie just resubbed for 2 months. Higher Hypno and Chat, D.
Brassy Chassis, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 2-month resub arena. Yeah, but I think also me having less charge attack also decreases the amount of bleed damage that I'm doing. You should bleed proc here and get stunned. All right. Gonna back off to get healed. I think the enhances charge attacks allows me to build up bleed damage on her faster. I'm not entirely sure if that's the case, but that's what it felt like. Shift, you just beat her? Nice, dude. Congrats. We've seen phase 2 once. You got her to 50% phase 2? I felt like she was squishier in phase 2. I'm not entirely sure why. She does not start at full health, I feel like. But either way, congrats, dude. I think that's further than what we got. Bleed. Bleed. Take a heal. Going in for another charge attack. Good. This should get a bleed proc here. No, it did not. This one will. Let my stamina come back. Go in for another one. Gotta keep that bleed damage going. No, I got too greedy.
Blade of Morgana.
You think every time she causes her rot to bloom in that phase, she takes a chunk of her health? Not entirely sure. Yeah, that might be it. Maybe. But like, I remember when I looked at her health bar, it was significantly lower than what it should have been with only like 1 attack on her or something. Oh, I'm glad I survived that. I shouldn't have. I got lucky there. Let's back off and take a health. Okay. She should be pretty close to another bleed proc right now. I'm just gonna go for it. Partial block, going again. There it is. Got her out of waterfowl again with the bleed. That feels so good. I knew she was like super close. No! Oh no! Okay, let's back up and actually heal. Going in. Going in. Going in. Back up. Back up. Going in. Phase 2. Second time. Let's go. Alright, let's take a look at our health bar as soon as we enter phase 2. Actually, we'll watch this cutscene again. This is only the second time I've gotten a chance to see it. I mean, progress is being made.
Wait.
Butterflies!
The scarlet bloom flowers once more. You will witness true.
Hello, Mirax. Yes, it is.
Now, rot.
But I don't want to rot. Yo, she's got like 2 fake legs. I'm just noticing. That was a good attack. Yeah, I've only done 120 damage to her and her health is down. That's fair.
Be consumed by the scarlet rot.
She's got butterflies all over her wings. And that's all we get to see of phase 2. That's it. That's all you get. Just a taste. Congrats, Nick. You think you liked her better phase 1? Nope. Did not happen that time. She just ran straight to me this time. Normally she like runs halfway to me and then just kind of walks the rest of the way. She's about to bleed. Let's just go for it. Well, I guess it doesn't matter now. You cheated though? You used the mimic? Aw, you mimic user. Whiff, whiff.
I am Melania.
Yep.
Blade of Mikola.
You're not hypno, you're weak-spirited. Did you use the mimic on phase 1 and carry it over to phase 2, or did you save it for phase 2? I almost wonder if I should save my, like, all of my stuff for phase 2 and just, like, try and complete this phase 1 with no buffs. You used it on phase 1, I see. Like, how... Let's just see what the damage difference is if I don't buff up. I'm just out of curiosity. Like, am I still proccing bleed as often and stuff? I mean, that seemed pretty good. What I really like about the physic is the regen, but I can also cast Bestial Vitality. I don't remember how much FP that uses. A decent chunk, not a crazy amount, but a decent chunk. Yeah, I'm still proccing bleed on 2 of my charge attacks. I just didn't have my HP. I think I probably would have taken a hit and gotten out of that, but... Oh, whoops. Well, I guess we're just buffing up for this fight then. I must be dodge rolling just slightly too early. Because, like, I was almost through it, but it was still hitting me. And bleed proc. Haha! No waterfowl for you. You're still bad at Godfrey? I mean, I probably am too. I've only fought him once. And well, I fought him in this playthrough the one time till we beat him. I don't remember Godfrey being like super difficult though. Unless you're talking about like a second fight of him. I'm not sure, but all right, Melania. Wow. Outmaneuvered. I love it. And the fight with like 0 damage done to her. Great. You still trying to get past Radon at the moment? Just kill him. It's easy. Just don't get hit, 5-head. She's very close to a blood loss right now. Dude, I was outside of the circle. How long have I been playing right now? Just 3 hours? My goodness. I need to like stretch it out or something. Like I'm getting hit by moves that I should not be getting hit by anymore. Mm-hmm. Bleed? Oh, the bleed didn't. Nope. I think I would have survived that if I had my regen on. Like, I didn't heal at all. Normally, my health would be ticking up that whole time. Maybe I should be using the Bestial Vitality if I'm not using my my flask. Nice. Oh. I need to take a heal. Going in for a charge. She's just about ready to bleed. And she waterfowls. Oh no.
Blade of Mikola.
Wee. All right. Want to hit away from a bleed proc. Whoop. Why am I crouched? Bleed proc. No bleed proc. Gotta be very close to one though. Going in for it. She won't proc her bleed. There it is. Man, I don't get it. It's like sometimes I feel like it's all right and I can get through this move, and like other times it's just like, no, you get stun locked and you're done. I really wish I knew what it was that I was doing wrong. I really wish I knew what I was doing wrong and I could correct it. Bleed. My HP has seen better days. Bleed. No bleed. Very close to bleed though. Fair. Yeah, I was just hoping. Oh, is he back to light rolling? I've been light rolling for almost the entire playthrough, dude. There was like only one time where I wasn't. But we were like working on... I don't actually want this stuff. We were working on getting endurance up, so I was like roll. Oh, the turnaround animation!
Blade of Mikola.
Jack, how you doing, dude? Welcome. I keep switching back, but I'm not trying to do these buffs right now. I mean, I guess bestial vitality, actually. Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah.
Blade of Mikola.
Going in for that attack and just whiffing the entire attack completely threw off like my my concentration there. Not good. Same boss. It's been a long day for you. Yeah, we're on the same boss as we were last stream. And all of this stream. Whoops, that's the wrong button. Trying to talk and like work my buffs, I keep screwing up. Bleed proc. Going in. Oh, this is gonna be a good. This one's gonna be a good round. She should bleed proc here. Except she dodged away from my attack. So here, there it is.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
So really the only method that we have right now to get through, well, I say only. The methods that we have right now to get through the waterfowl attack that keeps wrecking me is either be far enough away so I can like roll through like the very last portion of it, or hope that I can proc bleed when she jumps up in the air. How am I not dodge rolling? Come on, game. I swear the game eats my input sometimes. Bleed. Oh, you know what? I never put on bestial vitality for this fight, did I? Wow, okay. That was a good double hit there. All right, we got through waterfowl. At least one of them. She can't do more. Bleed? No bleed. There's the bleed. You know, one thing I'm realizing I'm doing is I keep rolling away from that move instead of rolling towards her or rolling past her. This one, that's something I need to do because I keep getting like tagged by the second swing. I don't know what's... At some point today, I started like deciding that rolling backwards during that is just the default thing to do, and I need to be rolling towards her and through it. I don't remember why I started doing that, but I started doing that for some reason. I guess I was just backing off in case she does waterfowl. I'm not sure. Yep. Yep. And oh, nice hit. Let's back off and actually take a heal. Okay, we're going in. Going in again. Should bleed. Nice. Haha, perfect. Only because I was far enough away, but we got through it. Again, I'm dodging backwards for that move for some reason. Oh. Okay then. I saw her jump up in the air and I wasn't equating that to her doing the you're dead if you get hit by this move. The lunge forward. Bleed. Take a heal. Wow, nice. I don't have a dodge physic. If there was like another talisman or something that would improve dodge, I would likely go after that. But I am not gonna go after another Erd tree to try and get better dodging or whatever. Wrong button. Alright. Let's try and get some damage in on her. Nice. Not so nice. Alright, Melania. That was a whiff. Bleed! Oh, she partially dodged it. I'm lucky there. That should have actually stabbed me. Bleed? I'm still dodging backwards on that move for some reason. I need to stop doing that. I thought she was close. All right, Melania, we go again. Bleed? Well, if you had stopped dodging my attacks, you'd bleed. Let's get a bleed on you. Nice. She's very close to a bleed right now. Still very close. There it is. Got her out of the waterfowl because of it. I'm dead. Oh! She was far enough away from me that I was able to get off another roll. That move, man, I swear, is like gives her 50% more reach. I feel like I'm far enough away and I don't have to roll. I need to roll that every time. Every time. I felt like it was going so good too, and then I just let that happen. Like I didn't even try to roll. That wasn't me pressing the button, it didn't go off. I just didn't try to roll. Woo, okay. I'm stuck on the terrain. Panicking. Alright. Probably gonna need 2 hits here in order to bleed now. She's had time for the bleed to wear off. There it is. Just going in. I shouldn't do this. Okay, let's take a heal. She should be ready to bleed again. I rolled through the first one, but I think it queued up a bunch of rolls and I kept rolling after I wanted to roll the other way. Whoops. Hello, Buzzy BR. You admire those who play Souls games, you rage quit after like 5 minutes? Yeah, it's definitely a fact. These games are not for everyone. Just going for it.
I am Melania,
I shouldn't be.
blade
I don't.
of Mikola.
I've just talked about rolling backwards on that move like the last 3 or 4 attempts, and I keep doing it. I need to break that habit. It's a very bad habit. Yeah, these games, I don't know. They're, like I said, I don't feel like they're for everyone. Some people just don't have the temperament to actually be able to sit down and grind through it. But I find them to be super enjoyable. Like, even though, like, we're not winning, and it feels like I'm just spinning my wheels here, I'm definitely enjoying myself in my playtime. Bleed. She keeps blocking my attack. Now she'll bleed. There it is. Oh. She got me with the old 1-2. Again, I'm dodging backwards. Stop it. Nice bleed. Going in for another one. Or another attack round, I guess. Get another one in here. I should be able to get a full... Oh, I'm dead.
I am Melania, blade of Mikola.
Going in. Whoop. Rolling backwards. All right, bleed proc. Oh no, she like partially blocked. Next full one will get a bleed proc, but that's not a full. There it is. Partial dodge away. Nice. And this is where we die.
I am Melania, blade of Mikola.
You opened the 3x3 door of Dark Skull Redstone in Minecraft. Oh. Cool, dude. The problem with the Souls game you have is you never know if the boss is hard or if you're under-leveled or not enough progress. Well, this is the way to know if you're under-leveled. If you cannot beat the boss. Whoops. You're under-leveled if you cannot beat the boss on your first attempt. You are over-leveled if you beat the boss at all, according to Twitch chat. It's very simple. Okay, let's back up and actually get some healing. Yeah, if at any point you ever defeat a boss, you're over leveled for it. I need to back off and actually get a heal in me. Good thing I backed off. Okay, waterfowl done. I kind of wish waterfowl was just a one and done. Per phase anyway. Unfortunately, it's not the case. No! I got stun locked.
Blade of Nicola.
You enjoy the grind of some games like Minecraft, RPGs, or getting better aim and FPS, but Souls is just brutal. Well, it is one of the few games out there that does not have a difficulty level setting, that's for sure. Bleed! Quit dodging my attacks! Just let me get this bleed proc on you. What are you doing? There it is. There you go. Oh, that hit me. Huh? Okay.
I am Melania.
Okay.
Blade of Nicola.
My roll forward, I ran into her instead of off to the side, so I did not get enough distance for that follow-up move. Melania has been is a tough bean, wishing you God tier RNG. Well, thank you. We've been at this now for many hours. That's all we've done this live stream for like the last 3 hours and 40 minutes or so. We did another live stream prior to this where we gave it like 5 hours. This is not an easy boss. That's definitely for sure. We've seen phase 2 twice now, I think. Let my stamina regen. All right. That was a nice juke.
I am Melania. Blade of Nicola.
Okay. Back off. Bleed. No, she partially blocked. Now she'll bleed. She's like becoming very annoying at like partially blocking or guarding whatever that move is, my attacks. It feels like that's something she wasn't doing previously. At least not as often. I'm dead.
I am Melania. Blade of Nicola.
That explains it. The whole time you thought I was just toying around trying to get us to believe you couldn't beat her. Maybe I still am. Gandar, it took you a good 9 to 10 hours before you're finally able to beat her. I feel like I'm getting pretty good at her mechanics. Like, I'm doing a lot of, like, dumb things trying to get that extra damage into like phase changer. But I feel like I have the vast majority of the attacks for this boss down. Should be very close to bleed proc right now. There we go. Get her out of that waterfowl. Just bleed proc her out of it. I need to heal. Just keep going in. Need that bleed build up to keep being built up. No, 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 no.
I am Melania.
No.
Blade of Mikola.
Her health was getting down pretty low. Like, that was going to be a phase 2 change there, but then I just screwed it up at the end. When I screwed it up. Nice attack, nice attack. I actually need to get some distance and take a heal here. All right.
I am Melania. Blade
I guess that heal didn't matter. Should we try a no lock on strat? That works pretty well. I like that one.
Blade of Mikola.
I think the problem is with this build where I have to run. Well, I don't have to, but the vast majority of my damage comes from me sprinting at the boss and doing my combo. My running combo. That's the wrong button. This move. That if I'm not locked on, I'm gonna hit with once and just like get kind of bounced off and the rest of my attacks aren't gonna hit. I don't think that's actually... I don't think that would be a smart idea to try a no lock on with this particular build unless I'm just doing like a non-charge attack.
I am Melania.
I wasn't prepared for the waterfowl that early. It's so random. It's the problem with this fight and the problem with that move. Like, unless you know that it's coming up and you were prepared for it, it's just gonna eat you. Get chewed up and spat out. All right, bleed procker. Oh yeah, I'm dead.
I am Melania, blade of Mikola.
That was a mistake there. I forgot to use my bestial vitality and swap my weapon back. I was gonna go in for an attack. But I went in real close just to put up a regen. Fair enough. Like, I screwed up that round, so, you know, whatever. All right. We go again. Let's get a bleed proc right now. Nice. I'll trade, that's fine. She's very close to bleed. Let's go in and get that, stun her. There it is, knocked her out of waterfowl. Let's heal up. She was like super close. I knew she was gonna proc. I'm dead here. I might actually. Oh, I'm dead. No. Can you just chill for a second? Let me take a heal. Woo! Thank you for asking, Trig. I'm good. I really appreciate you asking first, though. Oh boy.
I am Melania, blade of Mikola.
You just gotta be like super perfect with the timing. Stop it. Let me take a heal. Going in. That was a good one. Bleed? Nice. I'm just gonna heal here. It's a little bit of a waste, but maybe it'll save me. That she didn't stab me in the back that time. That's actually kind of impressive. I don't know why she didn't. She's getting pretty close to a bleed, but if she waterfalls right now, I don't think I'll be able to knock her out of it. Okay. She's very close to a bleed. It looks like I'm not doing anything, but I swear to you guys that I am pressing the dodge or the roll button. And it's just like, it's catching me and then I can't do anything. But I swear to you up and down that I am literally pressing that dodge roll button. But it really looks like I'm not doing anything. And that's like very frustrating. Actually, kind of surprised I'm alive right now. Again, lucky to be alive. And this is where it ends. Alright, Esty, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. I feel like the way we're gonna get through this boss, unfortunately, is when we get lucky and she just doesn't waterfowl at all on either phase. Get blood. Very close to a bleed. If she waterfalls, then we can knock her out. There's the bleed. I am very curious how other people have gotten through this fight. Like, I'm not talking about people who are speedrunning the game who fight this boss over and over and over again. I'm talking about, like, other casual players. Whoops, wrong button. Oh, I thought my bleed proc was going to go off there. It's going off now. Nope, she dodged. Wow, look at my HP. Huh. All right, let's go. Excuse me, can I take a couple heals here? No, I guess not. I get one heal that gets interrupted partially. You use dual wielding colossal great swords. Cheese. Dual wielding great swords, the what was it? The oh man. It was like the Moon Knight dual great swords or something like that from Dark Souls 3. That weapon was ridiculously fun to use. Moon City dual great swords, or it was something like that. How are you not bleeding yet?
I am Melania. Blade.
Or maybe she did bleed? I'm not sure. You spam jump attack, hit once, and then backed off? Working out how to dodge that move took you forever? Yeah, dude, like... that move, it really feels unfair, but being that this is an optional boss, like, I can't be too, like, salty about it. It does feel unfair, though. I know there's ways to dodge it. I've seen people dodge it, but it feels unfair. In fact, I've dodged it myself. I should just say I've seen people dodge it. Like, I have literally dodged it myself. Ringed Knight paired great swords. That's what it is. Yes, thank you. That weapon was extremely fun to play with. She should bleed here. No, she's very close to bleeding though. There it is. Oh my goodness. Unfortunate. Okay. I'm gonna concede, and we're gonna switch armors. I don't want to, but I feel like I need to be tankier for this fight. Tree Sentinel. I guess it doesn't really matter what, like they're all relatively the same, huh? Let's go Cuckoo. Oh, is it? Do I only have the headpiece? Do I not have a full set of armor? What do I have for body? Zamor black knife? This armor looks pretty cool. So it puts me at a medium load. I'm going to concede the talisman that I don't really want to do. It's too bad we don't have the Dex one, wherever that heirloom is. Slowly restores HP. But there's probably a better one, but we're going to use that one. How did you get past? How did you get past the name Hobbit? Like, why is it always bans with Hermitcraft? What are you talking about, dude? Like, maybe if you speak in such a way that's understandable? Like actual complete sentences instead of like partial sentence fragments? I don't know. I don't know what you're asking. Oh, I pressed the button, but nothing happened. Okay, well, I am successfully not hitting the boss. Can we, like, replace out actually hitting the boss now? Bleed. Nice. But I switched over to this heavier armor at medium load, and like the dodge rolling feels bad now. It's like I gotta relearn how to play, almost. Not just the dodge rolling, but like my dex regeneration.
Blade of Mikala.
All right, dude. I'm not sure if you're a bot, but you are acting very bot-like, and I just can't deal with that. I almost survived that waterfall. I got knocked on my back? I guess I was underneath? Heal. Running time. Do you mind if I like take a heal? Can you like get off my nuts for a moment? Goodness, stop it. Like I've used so many heals and this boss's HP is like so high right now. I just want her to kill me. I want to die. You can't even kill me, can you? Okay, she should be about ready to bleed. Nice. Why won't you bleed? Well, it's a combination of things, Mad. It's the different armor, and I am also removed my dodge rolling talisman. I am much tankier, but is that a good thing? I don't know. Yeah, equipping any of these other talismans does not bring me to a light load. Like, what is my overall weight? 34. And what was I before? I think I was something like 28 or something. I don't think there's any way that I'd be able to do that. I mean, maybe if I equip that and then I alter the armor? I'm gonna try altering the armor, see how much, if any. I don't even know if we can alter this. Black Knight armor. Altered. It says... How do I see? Did it say in there like what it would change the weight to? Because I don't think I saw that. I don't want to just do it. It's a 9.2. It says it's going to change it to that lower section. Switch view mid. I thought there was a way that I could see. Oh, click on it once, right. Oh, that only drops the weight by 0.2? Like, that's not even, like, what? What's the point? Dude, we should totally wear this armor. Do I have the full set for that? Where is that armor in here? At the very bottom? I don't know if that's just... Okay, now I'm heavy. We can't have that. This would put us in a medium load. Something weird. Thank you for subscribing.
Something
Hello.
Weirdo 1 just resubbed for 4 months. Hello.
Even with that big armor, like, I was mostly full. I wasn't completely full health, but even with that big armor, like, if she hits me with one of those and I get stun locked, I can't do anything. I feel like we're gonna end up going back to the light armor. I feel like I am running out of HP, or not HP, green bar, dex, endurance way faster, and it's taking a lot longer to come back. But then again, I have a lot more poise. Like right there, I didn't get knocked out of my attack. So maybe the poise makes up the difference? I'm not sure. To heal. She should be about ready to bleed any moment now. Woo! 1 HP hero! All right, let's get to phase 2. Going in again.
I am Melania, blade of Nicola.
Did I jinx myself by saying let's get to phase 2? All I needed was one more attack. All right. Bleed. No, she's dodging. Got her cornered. That's probably not great. Okay, she's getting pretty close to a bleed. There it is. And of course. Oh!
Blade of Nicola.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, like, while we're able to tank through that, I'm not sure this is gonna be what gets us to win this fight, though. I was so lucky that bleed went off, otherwise we would have been dead. Actually, we might survive that with this armor. I'm not entirely sure. Nice bleed.
Blade of Nicola.
I don't remember which one we were using before. Where is it? This one. I pressed the wrong button. That was Dumba. Oh, we're dead.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
You thought it only boosted attacks that are chargeable? Yeah, I might... Yeah, maybe I'm using the wrong weapon. Or the wrong talisman. It said charge attack, so I assumed that meant, like, when you're charging? Again, I used the wrong button. Like, charge attacks as in a sprint attack, but maybe that's not what it means. I'm out of stam. Dude, she is juking like every one of my attacks. Oh my goodness. Charge attacks are performed by holding your strong attack input until the attack is released. Okay, so if that's what I'm using, then I should probably equip something else then, yeah? Because I'm not really ever doing an R2. Not really well, I mean, jump attacks every now and then. Final hit of a chain attack. Maybe that's what I need? I never chain them? Is the sprint attack where I hit multiple times not a chain? Just that fourth attack right there, is that it? Critical hits restore FP. Raises defense when HP is at maximum. Maybe that's what we should be using. Wow.
Blade of Mikola.
I thought me running would be far enough away. No, that's gotten me so many times. Bleed. I'm dead.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
That's like the second time during that fight where I'm just like rolling just to roll. And I shouldn't be, because she does the lunge forward spear thrust move, and that does high damage to my face. All right, off to a good start. Off to a good start. She's just gonna RP walk over to me. So far, flawless. Got 2 blooded procs on her. Oh, I was hoping I'd get my bleed proc off. Oh, I'm alive! I thought for sure she had taken me down right there. Made me, showed me who's boss. Let's put it that way. Okay. I really was not prepared for it to do it right then and there, so I figured that I would just attempt to see if I could proc a bleed. Definitely wasn't prepared for it. Trig, what's the name of that talisman? I guess more importantly, where do I get it? Well, that's not very helpful. Is it just you, or would Melania's sword be impractical to actually use? Well, it's kind of like a, what you call it? It's a fake arm, I guess? Trying to think of the proper name. But like her sword is attached to her arm and her arm's fake. Oh, so close. A prosthetic arm. There's also a more powerful version of that, but it's a quest reward. It's in Stillwater Cave. So where is Stillwater Cave, guys? There's only so many places that I haven't been, but I haven't done any quest lines. Very bottom of Liurnia. Is it still like Liurnia? I'm not actually sure. That's Caelid. This is still Liurnia, right? Liurnia of the Lakes. Cave entrance by dropping down the southern plateau from Storm Vale Castle. So there's a cave in here. The church after the castle. This? Is that how to get over into this area? No, this is the start of the game. I don't see the cave on the map. That's the problem. Yeah, there's a bit of a delay, guys, so you can't just say yes, no to things because that doesn't mean anything to me. Go to the southern tip of the lake. So here, number 2. This will kill me if I go this way. It's been a minute since I've been over in this area. Gotta remember how this terrain is. Welp! If I actually landed on the pillar like I was trying to. Yo, this area was like completely awful on my PC. Well, not this area right here, but like the Stormvale area. So bad. I can feel the frames dipping a little bit in this area, but it's not anywhere near what it was on my PC. Okay, so before I jump off, maybe I should figure out which button is the jump button instead of like trying to press the wrong one right before I hit the ground. I'm trying to like jump onto that pillar. Which one's the jump button? Okay. Got it. I got it this time. Third time's the charm. Look, you guys told me to go to that grace right there, and that's the grace that I went to. If you're complaining that I'm at the wrong grace, whose fault is that? I made it this time, first try. It's totally the cliff's fault. Super dark in here, good lord. Totally chat's fault. That's a big old flower. I don't like it. There be bats. Let me kill you real quick. Thank you. Oh no, not poison. Dude. This isn't difficult, this is just annoying. There's something up on the ledge that keeps shooting at me and I don't appreciate it. Okay. There's nothing even over here. Why did I come over here? You guys. Oh, I might die actually. Let's calm down a second. Stop that. Oh, no, you didn't. Okay. Okay. I was gonna freak out if you did it again. Oh, that's, Oh, there's a bat. Glowstone? How am I not hitting you? Thank you. Okay, so we can jump across over here. This place is so dark, it's like hard to tell where I'm going. Is this where I came from? I have no idea. No, this is new. Nice. Nice time delay, bruh. We don't like these ones. Okay. Yeah, chat's telling me about a talisman that I should get, so we're taking a detour. I've already been back in here, looks like. I have no idea where I am or where I came from. I assume this is the start. No, this is not. Poison agrees. Oh, we found the boss. Do I have enough heals for the boss? I assume I do. But it's not the right thing that I wanted to use right there. That's a cool move. Okay, maybe I should just focus on actually fighting the boss. Winged sword insignia. Is this what we're looking for? Goodness, that felt way harder than it should have been. It was looking like a shield, wasn't it? It was one of these. I don't remember what it looked like. I guess we can do this. Oh, it looks like that. Okay. We did the thing. Is there anything else in here that I should look at? Probably not. Hello, Hammer Time. How you doing, dude? I like how warping to a new area like that resets all the enemies, but it doesn't reset like your poison effect or your flasks. Dual wielding a rapier and a big spear is so cool. Shame he was so easy for me. Well, I mean, obviously that boss is meant for like earlier in the game, so I didn't even know that boss was there previously. Hello, EBC Gaming. I was just trying to YOLO that. I was not prepared. You're doing good. You're just passing away the last hour of work. Well, welcome, dude. Hope your work day is going well. Keep pressing the wrong button. Nice. Not so nice. Bleed for me. Bleed for me. There it is. Again, like I talked about this earlier. For some reason, I keep dodging away from her lunge forward double thrust move, and I need to stop doing that. I need to roll towards and behind her. I don't know why I keep rolling away from that, but she keeps like clipping me with the second swing. You know something's bad's about to happen when the boss stops for a second? It's been your Dark Souls takeaway. Bleed? Oh, I didn't get the full combo off. Now she'll bleed. If I can survive. Nope. She was like right on the cusp of bleeding. I had to like run towards her and try and do a jump attack, and yeah, that just wasn't gonna work. Dead.
I am Melania, blade of Mikola.
There's that bleed damage I like to see on my second attack. Partial block there, not good. Another partial block. This should bleed her. Oh, but she clipped me. Majinoku, welcome to the stream. Thank you for your confidence. Yeah, I think we're about to first try this boss. I think we're about to first try it. Bleed. Nope, I waited too long. She'll bleed on this attack. Whoa, what the heck was that? Her attack failed, I guess. I'm not sure what happened. Oh, so close.
Blade of Mikola.
Even if a first try, if you claim it was a practice round. Every try is a first try if you claim it's a practice round. Exactly. That's my whole mentality. We're just practicing the boss. We're not actually trying. We're seeing what works, what doesn't work. Throwing stuff at the wall, see what sticks. Oh, we're done.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
Thank you, Brassy. This boss really is a big pain. Take a heal. I just let all three of those attacks get me. Didn't even try and dodge that last one after the first one clipped. I'll be over here. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Well, I survived. That was not clean by any stretch of the imagination, but I survived. Bleed proc? Any bleed procs? Bleed proc. There it is. Oh, got a little Miss Grabby Hands over here again. We're going in, boys. If I'm gonna successfully dodge this attack, it's gonna be once per attempt. It's not gonna be like consistent. I keep wanting to go for my physic, but I'm not using a physic. But that's why I keep using my heal. Nice. Take a heal. He's got to be pretty close to a bleed proc right now. Let's let my stamina come back a little bit. Going in. She's still close. There it is. This is not good. Woo! We made it. Gotta take a heal here. I'm just gonna heal, play it safe. 7 heals remaining. She's pretty close to a bleed proc again. I'm just going for it. Third phase 2. Not much, but it's honest. All right, we've seen this.
Let your flesh be consumed.
That's all you get to see. That's it.
By the scarlet rot.
That's all. That's it. Just a little taste. Yeah, it's practice round. We're just trying to get to phase 2. Practice trying to get to phase 2 a lot. All right. I'm gonna take a hit there, it's fine. Gonna try and proc again, there it is. I felt like the only thing to do at that point with my health being where it was just to try and proc a bleed and knock her out of the waterfowl attack, but... Yep. Practice makes perfect, as the saying goes. I mean, we're doing better. Like, we're not winning, but we're doing better than when we started. We got to phase 2 today. We hadn't been able to get to phase 2 previous. How long have I been on it? Well, today we have been streaming for a little over 5 hours. And the last live stream we did for like 5.5 hours. Something like that. So we're like 10 hours on this boss. Give or take. Fine.
I am Melania,
Okay.
Blade of Mikola.
Doing some finger stretches, holding the controller this long. All right. Sitting up, leaning forward, gamer position. We got it this time, boys. This is happening. No more slouching back. Bleed. Nice. My stam come back. Going in for another charge. Dodge back, charge forward. Knock her out of the waterfowl because we were so close to a bleed proc there. Going for another charge attack. Oh, come on, the grabby. The grabby attack is what takes us down. The no slouch, lean forward gamer position, meaning business this time. Exactly. Exactly. This game doesn't know who it's messing with. I'm a gamer. Woo, let's go. Going in for that charge attack. Oh, only got one hit. All right, this should bleed her. Whoop, whoop. The old roll forward charge. Back off, roll forward and backwards and charge attack. Nice. Roll forward and backwards and charge. It's not good. I need to take a heal. All right, she should be about pretty close to bleed. Not close enough, apparently. Bleed. There it is. Back up. All right, going in. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. All right, let me get back here, take a heal real quick. All right, we can resume now. Bleed. She's real close to a bleed. Whoa. So I can knock her out of the sky if she waterfowls. At least, hopefully. Let's heal. All right, stamina coming back. We're going for it. Let me bleed you. Thank you. Oh!
Blade of Mikola.
So close. So close. It wasn't really that close, but it felt so close. It felt like I was doing good. And that's the important part. All right. That's fine, we can trade. Next charge attack. Whoop. You're gonna bleed for that? There it is. Back up, back up. And stamina's back, going in. We can trade again, that's perfectly fine. Dodge forward and backwards. Going for the attack. Nice. Back up, charge in. Back up, back up. I'm just gonna heal for safety. All right, she might bleed here, or she might just dodge my attacks completely. There's the bleed. All right. Back up. Oh, nice clip. I'm going for it. It's not gonna work, but our health is so low.
Blade of Mikola.
You want to help me so bad, but you know you want to do it myself? Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate, though, that you want to help. Nice whip. Oh, oh, oh. Bleed. Oh, I didn't do a charge attack. Or a running sprinting attack. There's the bleed. I probably should heal. But since we're so early in the fight, I just don't feel like it's worth.
Blade of Mikola.
Hello, hero. How you doing? I almost kind of want to move on to the capital. And like leave this boss. Almost. Almost. Just for something different. Nice. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Nope. Nope. Going in. Okay, we'll heal since she backed away. There's the bleed. Oh boy.
I am Melania. Blade of Mikola.
I'm doing much more damage than the last time you saw me fight her, though. Yeah, we switched our weapons from being higher dex scaling to bleed weapons. So on 2 charge attacks, or at least the 2 charge attacks I do at the very start, if I can even hit her, I can't hit her at all. You'll see me do like 2, oh my goodness, okay. Fatality, flawless victory. Yeah, when we do 2 charge attacks on her, it'll build up her bleed enough where she will take an explosion of damage. You'll see her boss bar like do like a big chunk of, was it orange or yellow color? It'll be somewhere around 3,000 damage when that procs. It's very nice. Still hasn't procced yet, but she's right on the cusp. Bleeder. There it is. I guess it's like a yellow color. Seal. Uh-huh. Nice. I stunned her out of the attack. Oh, run, run, run. Keep running. Don't stop. Woo! We're getting pretty close to another bleed proc on her. It's gonna heal here. She's gonna waterfowl again, then this run's gonna be over. Bleed proc. Nice. And the run's over. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. Next run.
Blade of Mikola.
Next run. Whee! Jumping down the stairs. Nice. We get our bleed proc. Oh, we get our bleed proc straight away. Took a little bit of damage. Taking extra damage here. Let's take a heal. It's gonna feel so good when I beat her. Exactly. Yep. She's pretty close to a bleed. Let's just go for it. There it is. And waterfowl. I jumped way too early. Or I didn't jump, I rolled way too early. Zuplica, have a good sleep. We'll see you later. Why couldn't you escape that the same way you did the first time? I don't understand the question. Get bleeded. Oh, partial guard. There's our bleed. Going in. And again. Dodge forward, get her. Dodge back. She's very close to a bleed proc right now. If she can grab you by the neck, why can't you disarm her? I don't know. That's a good question. All right, Melania. Blade of Mikola. Very close to a bleed. There it is. Back off and try to take a heal. Very good. Woo! Okay. I feel like I'm just getting really lucky on the waterfowls. I don't feel like there's skill of me dodging that. I feel like I'm just getting stupid lucky. In case there is any question or doubt or concern or wonder. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting good. I think I'm just getting lucky. She's about to bleed again. There it is. Yo, can you just calm down for a second so I can heal and not die? Thank you. Okay. Nice dodge. Just going for it. I need to get back real far and heal. My Beastal Vitality War. Let's reapply that. Paco, welcome back, dude.
888 Co just resubbed for 20 months.
For those of you who might be new to this boss, just so you're aware, there's a phase 2. Once we get the HP down to 0, we have to fight phase 2. So even though you might be thinking to yourself, wow, Hypno's really good at this game, the boss is almost dead, this is going to be the run. I'm almost out of heals for phase 2. So I'm putting your foolish ambitions to rest by saying that. Okay, she's pretty low. If she waterfowls, we're dead, but she's doing this move, so I think we win. Or at least we see phase 2. Oh, nice. Phase 2? Oh, she healed more than I thought she did. All right. We're going to take a small break and watch this cutscene. This is our 4th time seeing phase 2, I think. Mechanoid says, what level are you with that character? I think we're 126. Aw, and here I was rooting for you. Well, you can put your foolish ambitions to rest.
Put these foolish ambitions to rest.
Wait.
You're fighting with your level 25? Butterflies!
The scarlet bloom flowers once more. You will witness true horror.
Hey, Bolo.
Now, rot.
Guys, her eyes are up here, all right? Her eyes are up here. God. Oh, that hit me. I did damage. Okay. Okay.
By the scarlet rot.
I mean, she's literally rotting in the interesting parts. I mean, if that's what you think, I don't know. You're the one that's looking, not me. If she's just gonna waterfowl us in phase 2, FML. All right, FML. I'm like getting caught on this terrain. Need to get her out of that little alcove area. Let's bleed her one more time. Nice. All right, now I'll take a heal. I feel like that's worthy of taking a heal. Oh. Come on!
Blade of Mikola.
Waterfowl too. Now with rot. Four out of 5 doctors agree that waterfowl 2 is bad for your health. The 5th one is Melania. She doesn't agree. Oh! Bleed! Oh, quit dodging my attacks. Alright, now she'll bleed. Nice. Not so nice.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
Fight waterfowl with waterfowl. That is to say, duck. All right, it's time. I didn't want to do this. I really didn't want to have to do this, but it's time.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
Just flicker. All right, I got that on my system. That'd be a fun weapon to do like a full playthrough with, I think. Little Miss Grabby Hands. She's about to bleed. I'm just going for it. Shouldn't have done that. Should not have done that. Shouldn't have done that.
Blade of Mikola.
Flick for stagger and then switch back for crit. Yeah, in a different build. That'd be a lot of fun, I think. All right, we go again. Yep. Ah, wasn't a complete whiff, just a mostly a whiff. And should bleed. There it is. Yeah, you're not doing that attack. I don't even know what attack that was, but you're not doing it. I was too far away. If I was close enough, I would have procced a bleed there. I am almost certain. Like, she was getting pretty close. To be honest, you thought I was going to cheese it in some way you never saw before? No. No. If I was going to try and cheese it, I'd just bust out the Mimic on phase 2, I think. Which I might end up doing, I don't know. Like, I don't know how much time I want to invest, like, trying to get the win. Like, I've already put in, like, many hours. Ooh. Our HP's not looking so good. Not off to a great start on this one. Well, at least we don't have to deal with this one anymore. Hi, I'm Melania, Blade of Mikola. Alright. Wee! Yeah, we tried the Mimic. We have it leveled all the way up and it, like, can tank. It has, like, twice my health at least. I'm not sure. We can do a run with the Mimic here in a moment so you can see what it's like. You're about to bleed. I'm going for it. What is the Mimic? Probably the single most cheaty thing in the game. You'll see here in just a second. How did I equip that over there before? I don't remember what I did. Switch. Oh. Scroll down. Ding ding ding, I'm a cheater! See, look at how much HP it has. It's just ridiculous. No, my Mimic! The problem is, though, with the Mimic, it just eats all the attacks. So Melania, like, regens all of her health back. I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead. No, I'm dead.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
It's doing better than yours. Did you level your Mimic up? think it was level 6 or something. Yeah, we got ours to plus 10. Big difference between level 6 and level 10 on this boss, that's for sure. I mean, this is like arguably the hardest boss in the game. You want to play this game so badly, you put a deposit on your Steam Deck just for Elden Ring? Guess you'll be able to play mid-2023? Oh, man. I don't know how Steam Deck works as far as, like, games like this. And bleed. Going in for my attack that I do. Again, I need to stop backing up for that move. Rolling backwards is so dumb, and I keep doing it. I know it's dumb. I know I shouldn't be doing it, yet I keep doing it. What am I doing right there? I'm just trying to, like, get away from her. All right. Focus. Waterfowl!
I am Melania, Blade of Nicola.
You'd say the hardest two bosses? What's the other hardest boss? And if it's the last two bosses, that's fine. If it's anything else, if it's an earlier boss, that's fine too. I don't know. I guess you can just say the name. It's fine. Going in. Bleed. Bleed for me. Stop backing up for that move. Roll towards her, you dummy. Here I go again, rolling away. I guess that's far enough away where it didn't matter. Her and the rotten version of her. Oh. She's two bosses, the blade and the butterfly. I mean, I just consider that a phase 2, but if you want to say it's two different bosses, I guess that works. Every time I roll away from that move, I'm not hanging my head in shame, but I'm mentally hanging my head in shame. All right, let's heal. She's pretty close to a bleed proc, so let's go up, get it. Bleed. There it is. All right, she can waterfowl any moment now. Can I please roll? Oh my god. Gotta heal right now. Going in. Okay. I know how you feel. You're not supposed to do that, but you still do that. I don't know. For some reason, today has been ingrained in my brain to roll back from that attack. Like, I was rolling that seemingly perfectly yesterday, or last stream we were doing this. But for some reason today, I just feel like I have to roll backwards on that attack. Or at least my my reflexes tell me to. But I know I'm not supposed to. That's an unusual move that we don't see too often. I almost didn't know how to deal with that, almost. Yeah, and then I just roll into her as I'm trying to roll forward, so that's great. Heal. Alright, going in for an attack. Whoop, roll. And roll forward. Stab her in the back a little bit. Going in for an attack. Roll forward, backwards, and roll forward. Get her. Nice. Got a bleed proc. And waterfowl. It's a weird muscle memory thing. You been there? Yeah. Well, I gotta say, unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to call it here. We did make progress from the last stream. We actually have seen phase 2 a number of times. Not a great number of times, but a number. Bleed. She's about to bleed, so I'm just going for it. There it is. And waterfowl. Come on. No. I got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter. A non-zero number of times is correct. A greater than 0. Next time you'll beat her first try. I know you say no backseating, but have you tried not dying? You know what? Okay. Okay, let's think this through. If we don't die, that means we should try and keep our HP above 0, right? While we're applying damage to the boss. And if we keep implementing those first 3 steps while applying damage to the boss, that means that we're going to take the boss down and we'll be victorious, right? So it's just a 5-step idea there. But what you've proposed is actually, I think we'll try that actually. I think that might work. If we don't die, I think that might work. Whoop, whoop. All right, get in there. I was too far away from her to roll forward, so rolling backwards was the strategy there. That presented itself. Back up, and forward, backwards, forward. Oh, I had the turnaround animation. That's always fun. Double heal. We're going for it. It doesn't matter now. We've wasted too many heals here. Get bleeded. I'm just letting it take me. Maybe it's so funny this work now. Yes, keep dealing damage to the boss too. That's a 5-head idea there. Just win. Just win. It's easy. Just win. Just do it. Just win. Just stop getting hit and win. Just do it. Back up, back up! Alright, I don't want to be in this little alcove. So let's kind of like dodge away over here. Alright, I'm going in. You're gonna take my bleed damage and you're gonna like it. Haha! Okay. That just happened. Is this thing working? She's gonna bore us to death. Is how she's gonna kill us this time. Not waterfowl. She's literally gonna bore us to death. Going for it. Haha! That bleed proc. As Sheila Booth would say, just do it! Yesterday you said tomorrow. She's super close to a bleed pro. Oh, I'm dead. Oh! I'm not dead. She's super close to a bleed proc. Come on, waterfowl. Waterfowl, do it. Do it, I dare you. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, God. Oh, geez. Oh, God. I'm dead. Heal? Okay, we're going in. No! I think she's Melania, Blade of Mikola, but I'm not sure, guys. I'm not sure. But you know what I am sure of? I'm sure of a fluffy kitty. Fluffy kitties make everything so much better when you're stressing out. Great stress reliever they are. Kitty kitty. Have you had a long hard day of like resting? Here, Max, you play. Go on. No? You have 2 stress relievers? He looks so content. Pretty kitty, soft kitty. Alright. Alright. Down you go. We'll give it one more attempt, and then I think we're going to call it, guys. Is Max only child? Yeah, I only have 1 cat. I'm not a crazy cat lady. Brassy, thank you so much for the 100. Whoa, oh boy. I'm gonna be over here healing real quick. Don't mind me. All right. And bleed proc. Nice. Okay. Let's try and make this at least a semi-good attempt. Another heal. Bleed proc on this. Whoa. Somebody's dropping bits. All right, running time. It's running time. Running time. Woo! Look at that. Beautiful. Chef's kiss. Whoa, whoa. I'm dodging backwards on that move twice in a row. Going in. All right, we're going for it. Dodge forward, get a nice charge attack on. And this is going to be the unsuccessful one. By the power of Kitty, managed a perfect waterfowl dodge. That was some pro gameplay right there. Brassy, thank you for the other 100 bits. My heart is healed. The power of Kitty of fluffiness. All right, we'll do one more. But we're about ready. We're about ready. We'll do one more. Okay. One where I don't roll backwards for any of that move. No. What are you doing, dude? Get bleed. Have a bleed proc. All right, let's take a heal. We did a bleed proc. I deserve a heal. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You can't handle this. Oh, you can't handle this. Trying to bait out something. Roll forward. Okay, you are about to bleed. I have a kitty hair on my nose that's tickling. Oh, distractions. Roll backwards, no. There's my bleed proc that I was looking for. We need to back up in case she waterfalls. I need to have HP. Okay. Running time. Not perfect, but passable. Survivable? Not survivable. We survived the waterfowl just to die to like one of our normal attacks. Feels bad, man. That sounds like addict talk to me. It's always one more. Look, I said one more and I meant one more. All right? One more? One more. Yeah, one more. This is the last attempt. This is the final attempt. There will be no more attempts after this one. This is it. Last attempt. Going in. Nope. Bad. Get bleed. Oh, that didn't bleed proc. Bleed. Thank you. Back up, go in for the running attack. Okay. Okay. Well, I said that was the last attempt. So, you know what that means. That means that we're going to do one more. We can't end up the stream on that one. That's embarrassing. We can't end the stream on that one. So we go again. This one is the final attempt. Get bleed proc. Back up, back up. The bleed didn't proc. Did that time though. Yeah, that's right. You better recognize. Teach you to run up on me like you know me. Whoop, whoop. Nope. Dodge forward, down. Oh, oh. Okay, let's just do that 3 times in a row. But we'll follow it up with the jump up in the air move. Do that twice in a row. I should heal. I should have healed. Why didn't I heal? Oh, guys. Why didn't I heal? I should have healed. But I didn't. We can't end on that one. We can't end on that one. One more. This is the final attempt. Last try. I just psyched her out. She thought I was going to run away. She didn't know what was coming. Get bled. I really feel like I should be able to run away from that move, but I can't. I cannot ever run away from that move. But I feel like I should be able to. Roll forward, get her. Get her. Okay, feeling pretty good. We're gonna stare each other down for a little bit. I'm gonna come in close, taunt her a little bit. She's preparing for waterfowl, I can tell. She wants a waterfowl so bad. Fine. Fine. Dave, I still got like 2 days to do that, so... That move is rough. That move is insane. I'm quitting the game. I'm a game quitter. Guys, thanks so much for hanging out with me while we spent like 6 hours dying repeatedly to Malenia. 2 days in a row that we've been fighting this boss. Like, literally almost non-stop. 2 streams in a row, anyway. We'll get her eventually. I don't know. I might practice a little bit over the weekend offline or something. See if I can get good. But anyway, that's it for today. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you guys' support. Yep. That's it. Hope you guys have a great weekend. We'll see you next time. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.